Time to go drive the space boat. Drive it good. Alright. Last time around, fought the Shrouded Dweller. Stuck the Thunderhead on a couple of the Odysseys. I think I put away the other ones. Or did I only have two? Don't remember. Apparently I only had the two. Could have sworn I had more than two, but clearly I'm wrong. Alright, I also got the upgrades on this thingamajig. So now they've got Hungering Rifts. Another thing I saw about this is apparently a very common strategy is to stick the phase anchor on here, which I can no longer do because I built in the adaptive phase coils. It'll be fine. And if it's not, well, skill issue, I guess. Guy wants a bunch of stuff delivered. I do kind of want to go back to the core worlds, but I completely forget how much the hegemony doesn't like me. -20. Might make it a little bit more challenging trading with them. So not this time. I will buy the mercs. Alright. Promotion candidate. Is there anyone I want to get rid of? Not really. Disregard. Colony crisis is building up. Gonna have to worry about that eventually. Do know that I have a couple of more, well, one or two more missions left for Galatia Academy. So might as well go and get those started. That's not supposed to be there. Athletic Path Holy Armada. Trying to hail me on the comms. Submit and repent. Your use of sinful technologies may... Pepper's eyes go wide as a red flash from a secondary display. By the blessed stars, is that? His eyes returned to the calm blink, fixed with horror and hatred. Is this, about a tithe or something? You accursed meddler, servant of Moloch, what unnatural work have you wrought in the shadows so far from the path? Targeting alerts chime from your tactical officer's console. I name you Abomination, Adversary, Godspite. It is my holy duty to destroy your internal fleet, or infernal. He shouts, flecks of spittle flashing in the hollow. And you as well, before you slither back into the abyss whence you spawned. Enough of this. Battle stations. Before me I saw evil incarnate, and Pfeffer's words are lost in static as he hit the comms cut off. Oh no, they hate me more than they supposedly already do. Alright. Don't think I need to involve myself in this one. Should be a fairly easy mission. They had a shitload of D-mods on them. The small stuff going up all at once. Not much left of that eradicator. Probably should have lit the old stuff, but not gonna be much brawling in this fight. There we go. You, a pirate armada. Slightly tougher fight, but not by that much. Go in with the meme fleet. I just so happened to be at the center of it. Most of them seem to be over there. Over there, I will go. eradicators. Nearly got a Reaper smacked into me, but nearly doesn't quite count. Get rid of you. If I can. Not paying attention. Not much of him left. Can't imagine why. Anything left? Doesn't look like it. All right. Reverse to polarity. Make my way up the space highway. seems to be dissipating. Because it is. At least I've got this conveniently placed blue giant. Fling me the rest of the way. Kind of a long autosave. As your fleet follows the automated traffic control signals into a parking orbit, your comms officer calls for your attention. Captain, I have an academician Sebastian on link. He says it's urgent. Put him on. Sebastian appears, looking anxious, which is not unusual. Captain Max Friday. Whoever I just spoke with, well, there's something to be said for common courtesy and, oh, I should say, hello. I hope you're well. Before you can answer, he continues. I apologize, but Provost Baird wants to meet with you and it's, important. That is to say, this pertains to your previous involvement in the, study at the Galatia Academy. He pauses for a moment to let this sink in. So, do please come meet with the Provost at your earliest convenience. Thank you, Captain. Sebastian shuts off the comms without his usual attempts at small talk. Well, no reason to delay. Inform the agent that the Provost is expecting you for a meeting. You enter Provost Baird's office, and the thick wooden doors close softly behind you. Captain, Baird says, turning to you from her desk. Good. Sit. We have much to discuss. Going by past experience, you feel that this will be more of a lecture than a discussion. Might as well get comfortable. We've rebuilt the theoretical work held in the Calicor archive. Academician Coders' research now supersedes those developments. The mote induction device from the Project Ziggurat hull you discovered and scanned was key. It demonstrates truly unorthodox hyperphysics. Tritachion's use of AI has made a breakthrough, though I suspect that the human element of Tritachion has only rudimentary theoretical understanding of what they've created. We're ahead of them in that respect, Captain. So it shall be we who reap the ultimate prize. However, our hands are tied. Baird looks up, as if defying some overbearing god. Thomas Calicor played Tritachyon and the hegemony off each other. It was a delicate balance, and he lost control. The hegemony was forced to act, and I was forced to step forward to clean up his mess. It's clear that a side had to be chosen, so I have chosen the hegemony. They're a known quantity, whereas Tritachyon is mercurial. And their indiscreet abuse of AI core technology threatens to open Pandora's box for a third time. To this end, I must assure High Hegemon Dowd that the Galatia Academy has his interest in mind as we push toward the next breakthrough. I need you to make direct contact with the top executive of the hegemony. Presumably, we can reassert most of the terms of the agreement Provost Thomas Calicor had previously promised, and subsequently failed to deliver, to High Hegemon Dowd. With, is the Provost gritting her teeth? Additional provisions and information sharing to the Calicor's squandering of that trust. Dowd needs to know that there won't be any more dramatic, destructive public experiments on his watch. So I go to Chikumostoke and ask to see the High Hegemon. Of course not, Baird says curtly. The High Hegemon does not simply speak with people like you. Besides, imagine what the Luddites would think if you went to Dowd's office saying, "The Galatia Academy wants you to talk to you about firing up Moloch's grand experiment again." He'd be a fool to rattle that nest of small-minded millennialists. What you're going to do is get diplomatic credentials from a highly placed Persian League VIP. Your cover story is you're acting as an envoy between the Yerebe faction of Kazaron and the hegemony. And what exactly is this Yerebe faction? A major player in Persian League internal politics. Gens Yerebe is one of the big three Kazaron dynastic family corporations, and they favor a let's call it compromise, which would see the Persian League unite with the hegemony. Baird removes her spectacles for a moment. League, hegemony, reconciliation. She shakes her head incredulously. What is important is that the hegemony and the church will accept an envoy bearing Yerebe diplomatic credentials, having a private talk with High Hegemon Dowd. And why would this Yerebe person help me? Or you? Baird smiles coolly. Horus Yerebe's eldest attends the Galatia Academy. There was an incident. There usually are when the children of unimaginable wealth go out into the world. They're unaccustomed to boundaries. Imagine the shame. The scion of gens Yerebe facing expulsion, says the provost. Unthinkable. It'd be a bigger scandal than that Cato child trying to play revolution in Umbra. Or on Umbra. I'll provide you with a message for Horus Yerebe. Tell him we want to use him as a cover to whisper in Hegemon Dowd's ear. Horus also wants his eldest child to graduate with distinction from this prestigious academy. Baird holds her hands up in mock innocence. Whatever is to be done. And why wouldn't you be able to talk directly to the hegemon? Hegemony, for all its posturing about loyalty and honor, Baird smirks, is an old collection of infighting factions and ministries. Their internal conflicts are all by the book, of course. Usually. But the book, as our Luddic friends can attest, tells a different story depending on who's doing the reading. Let me be blunt, Captain. Many in the hegemony would see me, and you, imprisoned or executed for what we've done. The Luddic Church hardliners pray to make an example of the Academy again. And there are enough faithful in hegemony ranks that keeping their secrets from the Church is difficult. Calicor made the mistake of providing his enemies with an excuse. Now, hostile eyes watch for another slip-up. I happen to know that Baikal Daud is open-minded about my great project, though he cannot act openly. He is, after all, the High Hegemon. Alright, get credentials from Yarebe, talk to the Hegemon. Got it. Go to Kazaran, in the Fool system. There it says, remind Horus Yarebe of how he and I stand. Then, when you meet High Hegemon Daud, tell him that the rewards of the Galatia Academy's research will be exclusive this time. I'll provide you the documents to give him. The provost turns from you to look out the diamond matrix windows of the office. Once the High Hegemon's cooperation is settled, we can proceed to the active experimentation stage. You can tell she's smiling now, as if she can't help herself. Hooters' team is putting the finishing touches on the gate scanner. We'll need more data, and we need you to collect it. Go and speak with her about this. Do whatever it is she requires. You understand well enough by now that this is your cue to leave. And on cue, you feel the doors open behind you. The mirror mask guards await. Right, we have another sip. The comm image stabilizes on Cooter's inner laboratory office, surrounded by holographic projections of data tables. Oh, she says, looking up. Captain Max Friday. Yeah, Provost Baird said I'm to fill you in on the new development. She sweeps away several displays worth of work. Arcane glyphs and diagrams collapse into inobtrusive, let me get this word right. Unobtrusive icons. That's the word. First, she says, this is a prototype device. I told the provost that we're only part way through the test procedures. We've been using the Galatia Gate as a test case. But I suppose if we make ongoing calibrations and updates to the firmware via hypercom. Hooters mumbles to herself as she starts tapping out a new checklist. Alright, what exactly is it you want me to do? She looks abashed. I'm not doing a very good job of this, am I? Teaching was never... Sorry, let me answer your question. Hooters takes a breath, centering herself. This prototype can interact with the gate manifold itself. It is my supposition that the gate network is not so much collapsed as it is folded up. It's there, but inaccessible. Maybe. We'll need to test certain properties and... She looks at an ancillary display, catches herself, then turns back to you. It was your scan of the moat induction device from the ziggurat hall that opened the door. It showed us. She pauses, and her voice rises with excitement. Such unimaginable things. Or, she catches her enthusiasm with a skeptical look. What it showed was highly improbable, with the current body of accepted theory. There are entirely new subfields of hyperspace physics out there, in there, whatever. Just waiting for first observation. Fascinating. How will I be assisting in these new discoveries? Right, of course. We're transferring the gate scanner to your fleet now. I'll give you the rundown on the operation. Hooters pulls up a new shared holo display. A wireframe depiction of a domain error gate. An icon standing off about 3 diameters from the ring itself seems to represent your flagship. You recognize a diffuse bubble around it as the influence of a drive field. Looks simple enough. Excuse me. You'll have to be stationed fairly close to the gate, and you must ensure that there are no active drive fields within the gate diameter itself. She focuses back on the display. Once you're in place, execute the pre-recorded instructions. The data will encrypt itself and be sent back to me when you're in range of a hypercom relay. We'll need to calibrate the hyperdimensional transform, of course, so you'll need to scan 6 different gates. We've already scanned the Galatia gate, so it has to be 6 other gates. Then comes the next step. What is this next step? Provost Baird said I shouldn't talk about it, Hooters says. But seeing as how you're in the line of fire. Without thinking, she glances away, then speaks quietly. We've been calling it the Janus device. I admit, it's premature to give it a name, but when the hyperphysics team gets excited, she shrugs helplessly. There's no stopping them. It's just... Hooters notices a blinking display. The equipment transfer is complete, Captain. You're good to go. So, what was that you were saying? She sighs unhappily. Hooters looks more tired than you've ever seen. The team is eager and I appreciate their work, but my strength is theory, not hardware applications. It's also clumsy, and our fabrication equipment. The techs tried her best, but the Provost expects the world and more. She wants to push the schedule faster. It's simply too fast. I need time to refine the math, to run more equipment tests, to get to the top of the line components. Hooters stifles a yawn and gets some sleep. She looks away. If Elisa was here, this would all be so simple. Who is this Elisa? Someone I know. Knew. A friend or... Anyway, her name is Elisa Sell. We did work together a long time ago. She's a genius with hardware, but I made some mistakes and she trails off as she realizes she doesn't want to continue. One of her many displays pops an alert which chimes urgently. Wooders snaps out of it and dismisses the alert. Sorry, Captain. I need to get back to work. We put together a new hyperdrive rig. They're waiting for me in the test chamber. Good luck. They're waiting for you, Cooters, in the test chamber. Alright. I have to just go scan a bunch of gates. And I also have to go talk to Horus Yarabe over on Kazaron. Might as well go do that first. Oh, I seem to remember. There should be one of these categories that shows me where all the known gates are. Which one was it? Oh, probably the one labeled gate. Whole pile of them. Yeah, I'll just probably look at the ones in the core world if I have to. It's a pretty big scavenger fleet right there. Actually have a not terrible reputation with the Persian League. Could help them with the pirates, but I'm sure they have it under control. Don't have to worry about that one. Take a shuttle down to the main concourse and quickly find a likely looking establishment. As you enter the bar, you sense a lively tension between the crews from across the League world. Dour Kazaronians in fine uniforms drink spirits, while pride but poor Mysurans down pints of rice beer. A crew of Tillians trade rounds and boast with a couple of Saganian bridge officers who are making a poor example of ludic temperance. Glowing displays show media feeds from all the worlds of the League, and their speakers contribute to a dull roar of human white noise. A shift worker in a utilitarian jumpsuit, a few burns and patches, approaches the bar beside you. They never meet your eye. Someone would like to talk with you. It's almost a mutter, difficult to make out. Set you on the right path, if you please. Follow me. Sure. You are led to a dark place behind the bar. In the neon twilight of blinking Atmo duct monitor status lights, you make out at least 2 large armed guards by the door. Your guide has disappeared. One of the guards taps at the door, and after a moment, opens it and holds out a hand, indicating that you should enter. Alright, enter. It is a storage room. A couple of folding chairs are set at a drooping table. Bright patterns crawl across an old lighting tube. A pot of tea steams between 2 simple cups. A Paffer terrorist sits in one of the chairs. Rudder Livewell Cotton, at your service and pleasant to meet you, Captain Max Friday. With blessings of blood and all that, naturally. He winks at this, then offers a hand for you to shake. Not gonna leave him hanging. Shake his hand. His smile widens slightly as you shake his hand. A pleasure. Call me Livewell if you like, and I'll thank you for the sentiment. A pause. Then a dark look crosses Cotton's face. Captain, I must declare that it is grim tidings indeed that bring me to begging audience with you. We do see there that you operate a truly unholy creation, this Ziggurat-class starship. For it is born of the womb of Tritachyon greed, the product of meddling in places that human hands ought not reach. You wouldn't happen to be the guy who sent some rogue Ludic knight to attack me, would you? Cotton looks troubled for a moment, holds a finger up and says, "Now that, it is just what I'm saying. Many eyes and ears. I did speak with this knight errant about you, and we spoke of concerns. But I did not tell him to kill you, and that is the truth." He looks over at the table as if he's just remembered something. "Oh, Captain." He looks apologetic. "I'll return to your question in just a moment, for I've quite entirely forgotten my manners." Brother Cotton stands and pulls out the other folding chair for you. "I've brought some fine tea, grown by a good friend. Would you sit and share a cup with me?" He pauses, noting your hesitation. "Do sit. You're my guest here in this humble place, and it would be rude to poison a guest." Gives a faux serious look, and a sin besides. "I mean, the guy's a terrorist, but it doesn't seem that bad. Sit and drink." As you raise the cup, Khan says, "Do be careful, it's hot." He sips the tea as well, and, looking pleased with himself, asks, "Now, where was I?" "A warning. Yes, it is a warning. I am concerned for your soul, Captain. The end times are upon us, and it is up to each of us where we look for guidance. Is it into the pit of mammon, a promise of gold and hollow power? You carry the fruit of Moloch's tree in your fleet, Captain. What will grow from its seed, I wonder, and I fear. This is, as foretold by Lud, another sign of the apocalypse. I see what you think upon your face. Was not the collapse of the domain's gates the apocalypse?" Cotton seems to balance rhetorical points with himself. Yes and no. It was merely the beginning. And just the beginning of all this reading. Let me have another drink. Alright, that was more like 2 drinks, but let's continue. He sets his teacup down, and his voice rises. He once was a street preacher, you realize, and likely did well at it. The ocean shall shatter and hang in the sky, mixed with blood. The locust will hatch from the temple of the adversary. The Doombringer shall step through the empty door, and he halts the sermon, smiles, almost abashed. It goes on like that. I do say, the poetry of the word takes me, but I shan't bore you if it isn't your interest. He picks his teacup up again and says, "All was foretold by Lud. It's written here." Lifts a hand to his heart once again, and you notice now that there's a small book in a pocket there. The Holy Book of Lud. The question for us, poor and flawed children of creation, do we look to the light for guidance? I'll be straightforward. What's your point? Brother Cotton grimaces. I am perhaps not doing so good a job at this as I had prayed. Let me speak with absolute candor, Captain Max Friday. This cigarette, what it will bring, it is my greatest fear and, I confessed, my greatest hope. It is clear to me that you hold the tool of the adversary that will end the world. He pauses now and stares intently at you, then nods. I am not asking you to set it down exactly. He pauses, trying to find the words. It is the tool of evil, yes, but imagine a small arm set within reach of a child. I am asking. He closes his eyes now. That when it comes time for you to decide what you will need to do, you follow the path of light. And what does this path of light even mean? His eyes open. You must learn, my friend. He takes a small book of Lud and places it deliberately in your hands and pats it. The word is the path, and the path is the light. Once you see it, you will have no need for questions. Received Brother Cotton's Book of Lud. He speaks quietly, feverishly, wide-eyed. They call me a murderer, a terrorist. But no doubt dwells in my soul, Captain. None at all. The energy seems to leave Brother Cotton now, and he looks almost sad as he performs a half bow. I should probably go now, Captain Max Friday, before the local security forces wake up. I thank you for your time. Until our paths cross once more, choose the light. And with that, he slips out the door, leaving you with 2 cups, a pot of tea, and a set of cheap auto-fab furniture. Take the teacup to check with DNA match with local security forces. The domestic security officer, station chief, you read on the placard on the desk in front of you, looks nauseous. The most wanted Paffer terrorist mastermind in the entire Persian sector, in my jurisdiction, drinking a cup of tea. Brother Cotton's teacup sits placidly in a transparent aluminum evidence container on the station chief's desk. The DNA analysis glows accusingly on the tripod next to it. The station chief swallows, holds a moment, then begins to speak again. Please, keep this to yourself. Our investigation will notify you if we need any clarifications to your statement. Please, see yourself out. The chief focuses on breathing slowly, staring dumbly at the tripod, then the cup, then back. Right. And with that, I think I'm gonna go have a piss. Be right back. Alright, back to it. Flashily dressed man offering me a drink. Knows the location of a trident wing blueprint. Know what? I think I am interested. Except you pay, and the man makes some excuse to leave. As he examined the coordinates, the bartender arrives with the second drink and sighs. Word of advice, friend. This isn't the first time he's pulled a display. I reckon you're not the only one with a treasure map. Might just mean I need to shoot an extra person to get to it. Hopefully. What about the concerned man? 1,370 units of heavy armaments. Needs to deliver it to Cullen. Only got 8 story points, so I will accept it. And then the last thing I had left to do here. Talk to Horace Yarabe. Yes, do I know you? Horace Yarabe asked impatiently, his attention clearly elsewhere. Have we business? Explain that I'm acting as Provost Baird's representative. Provost. Oh. His face falls. This must be about... I mean, tell me, whatever this is this about? You've got his attention now. I need diplomatic credentials from you. I need to talk to High Hegemon Dowd. What? He says, incredulous. The High Hegemon? Why should... Oh, the situation. I see. Now there's that look of resignation you've come to expect from those being blackmailed by the Provost. Yes, of course. Provost Baird, he says. I expect she's provided you with a message for me. Send over Baird's recorded message. Let me have a sip. The comm line clicks to a holding pattern displaying the crest of Gens Yarabe, an elegant piscine motif, echoing the Persian League's colors. You watch Kazaron commodity features scroll through the bottom of the display. After a couple of minutes catching up on bulk non-ferrous projections, the comm display chimes. Horus reappears, looking somewhat more collected. Captain, Max Friday, was it? Yes, of course. Provost Baird explained her proposal, and I do believe that we may arrive at a mutually beneficial engagement, or arrangement. Totally different. You shall receive Yarabe diplomatic credentials, he says. Mind yourself well with these, Captain. If you were to commit some untoward scheme using the good name of Gens Yarabe, we would declare the crypto key stolen. And then, well, it need not be said that any decent authority would treat with you appropriately. Horace clears his throat, keen to move on from the topic. Of course, you have nothing to worry about. Naturally, he looks around uncomfortably. I trust Baird's good judgment. Naturally. Now, I know not what ruse the Provost is pursuing, but if indeed you establish a line of communication directly and privately to the High Hegemon, a small smile appears on Horace's face. That would be splendid. For my half of this arrangement requires the delivery of comms encryption codes to our friend Michael Dowd. One mustn't have Comet snooping on important negotiations, yes? So, do see that done. How can you be sure that the High Hegemon wants to talk to you? He'd be a fool not to, Horace says. We offer a peaceful solution to the League hegemony conflict that would profit all. Dowd may be hive scum, but he's clever, practical. Pull himself out of that hole on Chicomostok. He must be a man who understands the compromises one must make to survive. In fact, I admire the man, says Horace Yarabe, seeming to surprise himself. Despite his beginnings, I believe he will accept a compromise that allows us to keep what makes our league great. What does it matter, the flag we live under? I don't know. One minute you call him hive scum, the next minute you say you admire him. Seems a little contradictory. Does seem to matter to a lot of people. Otherwise, why even bother with the flag? Horace looks aside, considering. I suppose. The masses can be swayed. They are fickle, and, ultimately, they will do what they must. Then, you really believe that reconciliation can actually happen? Assimilation of the League worlds is hegemony policy and an obvious condition of their reconstruction of the domain, saying nothing of the foundation of their claim to legitimacy. Horace looks to the side, and you get the sense that he's repeating an argument he's made many times before. Publicly, the hegemony's demand is unconditional. How can they ask that? After Mayasura, they must compromise. But I understand their position. They maintain a hard face to buoy support from the masses and lower officers. And, he shakes his head once, the Ludic Church, in its way. The top leaders of the hegemony, particularly High Hegemon Michael Dowd, must see things more clearly than they let on. They understand that they must hold the banner high and speak of iron resolve to the bloody end, right until the moment they can present their people with a great victory, peaceful reconciliation, victory without war. Imagine. He looks suddenly self-conscious. I apologize, Captain. My eldest does tell me I have a way of carrying on, and it is not untrue. Don't imagine that the Yarabe outlook is popular on Kazaran. Perhaps not. not yet amongst the great gens of Kazarin, where it matters. Gens Hanan would have us heading. Gens Hanan would have us head an empire, another Sindria. Meanwhile, Gens Cato attempts to build bridges with the other League worlds. While I respect their accomplishments, they take anti-Ludic sentiment down to the level of rabble-rousing fanaticism. Besides, what other world in the League can match the might of Kazarin? Our stable of allies is anemic. Were it to come to total war, stars forbid, I think the hegemony would prevail. He looks troubled. And then the jackals would tear our vulnerable worlds apart. I fear the Persian sector would not recover from a second collapse. This is the only way. I hope you agree, Captain. Well, the first one's definitely a lie. And the third one is also a lie. So I guess I get to pick the diplomatic option. Certainly. It's a noble goal. I'm glad to hear that, Captain, he says. Maybe you can do some good, beginning with High Hegemon Dowd. I'm off to go see him then. But before that, there's a perfectly good gate right over there. Sensor officer nods to your cue. Your command interface lights up. Execute scan blinks expectantly. The gates await. As cold as a tomb. Scan. Your command display is overlaid with a representation of the hyperspace manifold surrounding the gate. It is calm and cool, devoid of drive waves. As the scan begins, you watch a line of disruption flare between the icon representing your flagship and the icon representing the gate. Spirals and ripples spill out in non-Newtonian waves, surging from a point at the center of the gate. No, it's not a point. A circle, a sphere, a torus, an inverted funnel. Then some other form that makes you squeeze your eyes shut. You hear faint music from far away. Captain, your sensors officer is looking at you. The scan is complete. You realize it's the second time they said this, and you gesture as if you were simply lost in thought. I'm sure it's totally normal to hear the music and no one else does. That's one gate. Need 5 more of them. How about I go to this one? Also, where's the thingamajig? The trident wing. All the way over here, in New Azov. Closest nearby gate is over in wherever this is. Right there. Although, maybe I should go get this done first. No gate in this system. Being hailed by the Persian League fleet. Pretty wimpy fleet if you ask me. Accept the comm request. The comm display resolves, and the League officer speaks without bothering to greet you. I am Navarch Themis Pyramis of the Persian League Navy. My orders are to facilitate a conversation. She looks annoyed. With you. She obviously considers this task to be beneath her rank. Hold while my comms officer reroutes the link. Persian League crest flashes for a second, then another officer appears. Captain Max Friday. I am Lieutenant Finlay Siavong of the Persian League Fleet Intelligence Service. It is so very interesting to finally meet you, he says with a chuckle. You have a peculiar way of placing yourself at the center of fascinating events. What's this about, Lieutenant? He folds his hands politely. I understand that you had a conversation with Horus Yarabe recently. He's an important man. Or, more accurately, Gens Yarabe is an important family. It must have been an interesting chat. I was wondering if you might assist my understanding of why that is so. So either I spill the beans or I tell him to buzz off. Or I spill all the beans. Well, you know what? I'm not hostile to the Persians. Yet. It was just work. Horus Yarabe made me his envoy to the hegemony. It's funny, he says, because despite their cosmopolitan effect, the Yarabes tend to use their own close gen family as envoys. Siavong appears to think it over, then says, it must be your unique abilities. And he extends a hand towards you. I would be remiss to neglect accounting for your not insignificant personal charm. But there must be more to it. The fact that your recent and recurring employment by the Glacier Academy keeps coming to mind. I simply cannot understand why. Sounds like you're chasing conspiracies, Lieutenant. Siavong's smile doesn't reach his eyes. Then I'm sure you'll forgive me for indulging my overactive imagination, Captain. I will make sure to double check my sources before bothering you again with such a trifle. A good day to you, Captain, Siavong says. And what is it you people say? Burn bright. Yes. He terminates the comm link. Definitely get the feeling that I Gave him more information than I should have. But what's he gonna do? Attack me? Also, that's a lot of pirates over there. I wonder what would happen if I ran into them. To grab all the points. Probably send in the Aurora and the other Fury if I can. Alright, 61 points. Not as much as I could have, but it's enough to get those guys in. Guessing the rest of the fleet is gonna go down that way. Off we go. Much of him left. Oh, his 2 friends. 3 friends. Looked a little too early that time. Take out all of these things. Colossus Mark III. I forget what the Mark II is. Is that the Paffer variant? Probably is. Could look it up, but I'm lazy. That's the most of them. No, just the rest of them. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say this fight is over. Should have sent an extra fury on the rundown. Whatever. That's fine enough. There are more pirates. But maybe there's even more in the system. Wants me to take out the spaceport at Kanta's Den for basically fuck all. Yeah, no, I'm good. That's the mission for the heavy armaments done. There's no gate here, so no reason to stick around. There is one over at Ima and Mazzalo and Asconia. Let's get the one over right next to Chico. Although, maybe I should stop into Asconia, go pick up some more fuel. Scan the gate there while I'm at it. Yeah, it's kinda the other way. Maybe I'll go there after. Silent ring of adamantium material, derelict of a former age. You query the status of the gate scanning package and your sensors officer gives you a quick head shake. Your station interference is spotted with amber warning messages. Captain, there's some kind of interference coming from the nearby hegemony fleet. The scanner can't make a lock. I will pay you 20 credits to fuck off. Hegemony fleet carefully maintains its distance, keeping ready to disengage in the event of hostilities. The hegemony commander appears before you. Citizen, she barks. This is a special naval operations zone. Stay clear, or you will be fired upon. And, what's the special operation for? An appalled look manages to sneak through the hegemony commander's martial facade. Hegemony naval operations are strictly confidential, she says. Citizen. I need you to move your fleet away from the gate. Hegemony commander's officious facade cracks for a moment. She looks shocked that you'd even make such a demand. Your request is absolutely denied, she says, or spits. Citizen. Oh, hey there, Billy. Here for another subscription. Very appreciated. Don't know why it's not showing up on OBS though. It is showing up on the Twitch side of things, just not OBS. Questionable. Yeah, anyway, figure that one out later. Right. So I can threaten or offer help, which would technically be a lie. I'll find some other gate. Reputation with the hegemony is kinda bad right now. Don't want it to get worse. Oh hey. There are signs of an impending lytic path targeting Venus. If the attack is successful, the colony will suffer catastrophic saturation bombardment. That ain't good. Attack represents a significant resource investment by the Pathers. If it's defeated, looting Path cells sector-wide will be disrupted, and Pathers will be less interested in your operations in the future. And I could avert it, but I don't think I want to do that. Alright, so at the current build-up, it'll take like, 5 or 6 months in-game time before they actually launch the attack. And I'll deal with it the conventional way, which is to say, explode a lot of Pathers. Alright. Gonna get right to the meat and potatoes. Go talk to Michael Dowd. But let me have a little bit of a sip first. Alright. After an interminable time watching a hegemony logo, the comlink connects you with what appears to be a junior cadet. You suspect that they haven't even graduated from the Naval Academy. Hello, citizen. The cadet chirps at you brightly. You've reached the offices of the High Hegemon. Tour bookings of the Hegemon Council campus are currently unavailable. If you'd like to know more about how you can assist the restoration of the domain, please accept the informational packet uploaded now. I'd like to meet with the High Hegemon. I'm sorry, but the High Hegemon is unavailable. The cadet smiles blandly. I am an envoy of the Gens Yarabe of Kazara, transmitting credentials now. The state change across the cadet's face as they realize you aren't some tourist is instantaneous. Affirmative, sir. Their tone is military crisp. Received, and thank you, sir. I will confirm with OpsCom. An officer will speak to you shortly. Please maintain link. This comms out. The display flickers back to the crest of the hegemony. In moments, the crest disappears and you speak with a real officer, some kind of a secretary to the High Hegemon, who verifies your credentials and schedules you for a brief face-to-face meeting with Michael Dowd. Captain Max Friday, I see. Yes, we can fit you in. The High Hegemon is a very busy man, but he has expressed an interest in your matter. Please forgive the ad hoc arrangement. I assure you that it is necessary. Before you know it, you have a time, a place, and a visitor passkey to present. A public map database, or public map database search, confirms that you have been asked to arrive at some kind of a naval shipyard in orbit of Chicomostok. The officer secretary did not take time to explain the purpose of meeting at this odd venue. Well, let's take the shuttle down to the naval shipyard. Go meet with the High Hegemon. Or Hegemon. Hegemon. Does it make a difference? Probably not. Anyway, your shuttle approaches the naval shipyard in Chicomostok orbit. The planet spins below you like a murky brown ocean. A hegemony patrol pings your shuttle as the superstructure of the naval dockyard grows like the ribs of some G'd-mod Leviathan. The visitor passkeys satisfy the patrol's inquiry and they maneuver towards the next transport on approach. The landing bay still bears the faded logo of Belai Astra, or Belai Astra Group, a domain-era manufacturer of heavy weapons and a key supplier of the 200th Legion. It looks like a post-collapse fragment of the corporation has taken over. This asset and now contracts exclusively to the hegemony navy. Or no wait, isn't quite the or break in sentence right there. Let me try that again. It looks like a post-collapse fragment of the corporation has taken over this asset and now contracts exclusively with the hegemony navy. Okay, that's more appropriate. Dock at the shipyard. The bay is crowded with transports, military and civilian. Some high roller has even landed a shivering S-type kite, much to the annoyance of the ground crews. A young ensign checks your pass with the datapad and leads you and your bodyguards past a crowd of civilian officials and media drones. You arrive at a checkpoint still setting up for civilian access. The ensign indicates your guards. They will have to wait here, and Captain, sir, you will have to leave your sidearm with the armorer. Yep, no choice. Gotta hand it over. The armorer hands it to another man, not in uniform. You look him over. Military bearing, subtle cybernetic augment, civilian clothing with the subtle bulk of light personal armor. Rivas, High Hegemon Dowd's chiefs of security, the ensign tells you. Rivas examines your sidearm as if it was a bomb. With the lightest touch, he has the cell mag and casing removed, handing both to the attending armorer. He stares you down at you for a long minute. Captain Max Friday, he says, finally, as if identifying you in a perp lineup. Rivas turns to the ensign and says, I shall escort the captain to see the High Hegemon. The ensign begins to salute but catches himself. Rivas is not military, at least not now. Then he simply nods, sir, before turning back to the landing bay. Follow along. Rivas leads you past a half-dozen checkpoints set through the guts of the shipyard. At each checkpoint, you both submit to a flicker of biometric scans. Then a guard nods to Rivas and allows you both passage. Finally, you enter a utilitarian vestibule. Emergency vac suit lockers, fire suppression equipment, and safety notices line the walls. A diamond matrix pane separates this compartment from the enclosed space dock visible beyond. A perfect new Eagle-class hull looms, and a gantry hangs towards its bow, festooned with ribbons and a hegemony banner. Alright, before I continue on, I definitely need to go get me some more water. And maybe some other things. Anyway, be right back. Alright, I'm back. And ready for some more massive air quotes diplomacy. Alright. Was a new Eagle-class hull with a gantry covered in ribbons and banners. Rivas steps to the side, his bulk revealing High Hegemon Michael Dowd, sitting in a simple folding stool, his splendid uniform coat hanging from a rack, bussed over by a stylist and an advisor. Dowd looks at you impassively, then, without breaking eye contact, commands his entourage, "Give us the room. 5 minutes." They leave. Then, Rivas follows after, meeting your eyes one last time. High Hegemon Dowd. "Captain Max Friday," he says, and stands. Indeed, a smaller man than you expected. His voice holds a deep authority. However, and though you've heard it in the holocast, with just a few words in person you can feel why and how he leads the hegemony. Dowd taps his datapad, activating a privacy field that dulls the ambient murmur of the shipyard's ventilation. "How's Provost Anahita Baird? Or how's Provost Anahita Baird's project going?" he asks. "Bridged any gates?" "Just so happens to be what I wanted to talk to you about." "I know," he says, and lifts a bottle of spirits from out of a small box. "Baijiu from Eventide. It looks expensive." This is for the newest member of the Hegemony Navy. Eagle class, or... no wait. Wrong tone, but just Eagle class. After I crack this overhaul 0451, a totally normal number that doesn't reference anything, it will become the Enduring Hope. How's that for a name? He pauses, waiting for your answer. Not really my style. I name it something more like the Spaghetti. "I get it," Dowd says. "The name's for the hegemony. All the people in it. The propaganda ministry has a list of these they come up with. It's not really intended for you." Dowd considers something frowning. "Or me. And yet..." He reverses and hefts the bottle ironically, like a practice swing. Dowd sets the bottle down. "You're here to tell me our new provost wants to renew the old deal. She'll have to make additional concessions, isn't that right? I suppose you'll want to provide me with the details." He taps his datapad and, opening a channel for you to upload the relevant material, Baird provided. "And upload them I will." As you complete the connection with your datapad, Dowd speaks. "What we did to Calicor was justice. He risked the entire Galatia system, hundreds of thousands of citizens. That might just be one subsector of just one metroplex down there." He waves vaguely in the direction of Chikomostok. But his voice hardens. "I will not allow any grand experiments that endanger these people. I expect Baird realizes that any misstep will be met with the overwhelming force of the Hegemony Navy. She's not stupid, he says thoughtfully, looking at the cruiser through the diamond matrix pane. But ambition can make a fool of anyone. He turns fully towards you. Do you trust Baird? Yeah, sure. Dowd looks you over. You'll lead an interesting path, I'm sure, he says skeptically. By now you must know that Baird does not truly know the meaning of loyalty. Not really. And yet, he puts a hand to his chest. Here too am I, hearing her out. So I will not think too poorly of you for your unlikely devotion. Tell Baird I accept, he says. She will be receiving additional demands. She won't like them. She will accept. He turns, pacing. The gates are the question behind the entire hegemony, are they not? Is the domain out there, waiting to reward those who kept the faith, blindly loyal for generations? He stops. Or was there some grand catastrophe, and nothing awaits us but ruins and the dead? Or will monsters from Blood-Zone nightmares pour out to devour us all? Unless we are armed and steadfast, ready to meet their threat. Captain, I need to know if we are history's fools or heroes. Not few among my comrades would say it is disloyal, even cowardly, to ask the question. He faces you. I think it is cowardly not to. All my busy helpers will be back in a moment, so make it quick. Did that Yarrabe Blue Blood want anything important? Well, Horus had some crypto keys he wanted me to give you. I'll listen to what he has to say, Dowd says, and offers his datapad. You upload the crypto keys. I trust the Yarrabes to do what is best for the Yarrabes, he says, tapping at the datapad to accept your upload. Maybe that'll be enough. He looks over the hull 0451. Or maybe it won't. You know, you seem to know a lot about what I do. You do a lot worth knowing about. Dowd shoots back. I speak from experience when I say it's not a life I can recommend without reservation. Dowd glances at his datapad. You've got 20 seconds, Captain. Any last words? Nah, that's everything I wanted to say. Michael Dowd taps his datapad, dropping the privacy field. As if on cue, the High Hegemon's small entourage returns with a babble of worries over how he'll look on the holocast. The need to review talking points for the speech, and his uniform. Security Chief Rivas looms, corralling you from the gantry utility room and back through the security checkpoints to your shuttle. Anything on sale? Not really. I don't happen to have any drugs on me, do I? Not this time. Not that there's a military market here anyway. Alright. Finish talking with Dowd. Still have to scan 5 more gates. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the way back to my colony. So go grab that blueprint and then beeline my way back over. Getting flung around. Oh hey. Slipstreams reestablished. It's almost like they do that twice a year or something. Nearly there. Totally normal salvage fleet. One planet, comm relay, sensor array, and a gate. Mule, mudskipper, another mudskipper, and a vanguard. Some kind of hyperwave interference coming from the nearby Tritag fleet. Scanner can't make a lock while they're doing whatever they're doing. Oh hey, Trident Wing. That's the one I paid for the intel. Now I have it. Looking at these. Not terribly large amount of deployment points, or whatever the right term is, to switch out the fighters that they have with Tridents. I think Tridents are 20 points each. Let's stick him into one of the Anubis. I would have to rip some stuff out to make room for it. Maybe I just skip the trident until later, once I have something that I can actually make use of it. That being said, I am still gonna, or I would, tell my industries to make some, but I don't have any industry right now. Right, I had planned for my second planet to do that. Just I haven't gotten around to that yet. Okay, TriTac Special Project Detachment. I will pay you 5,000 credits to fuck off. A fine day, Captain, says the Tritacon Fleet Director. We're just going about our lawful business, if you don't mind. Please keep your drive field set to a minimum. Thank you. What's a Tritacon fleet doing all the way out here anyway? Tritacon business, she says. A standard survey. You are, of course, familiar with Tritacon's line of proprietary star charts. TriStar Smart Navigation Suite. It's important to provide up-to-date data on potential navigational hazards to our customers. Now, we need you to remove your fleet from the vicinity because your drive fields will interfere with our proprietary sensor suite. Sounds like a precise survey. And this gate has been inert for 200 cycles. Indeed, she says evasively. We need to make absolutely sure of that. Our customers demand no less. I can't help but wonder about the nature of this survey. The Tritacon operation manager looks like she's gritting her perfect teeth. I've told you what we're doing, and time is money. What is it you want, Captain? You know, maybe I could, perhaps, purchase a copy of your very precise survey results? She looks at you for a moment, calculating, then taps something on her console, turning the comms records off. Or comms recorder? Or no, it just says record. Whatever. We could arrange something. No need to go through TriStar Smart Navigation Suite. Direct data from me to you. Direct payment from you to me. She smiles with undisguised avarice. 29,000 credits. Let's say. Deal? Deal. Woman performs a data transfer with admirable customer service. A pleasure doing business with you, Captain, she says, before terminating the comms link. 2 out of 6 gates scanned. Didn't even have to scan that one myself. Lead approaches arrows. Little bit of metal and some ruins. What's in the ruins? Whole lot of guns, apparently. Right, that's this system done. I'll check out the other two over, or 3 over here. Then go check out those other gates. You have this one system here that I could go check out. Everything else in the area I've already looked at. Yeah. I'll look at the rest of these. Go over to Ophir. Probably fight a bunch of cool ranch patrol ships. And then I'll take the slipstream back over to Jana. Not much here, from the looks of things. And I'm pretty darn sure there isn't anything here. Alpha Vosgrimenti. Just a lonely little star. Head over to Komarov. Debris field. And a bunch of planets. Wrong button. The Independents are very slightly more mad at me. Whatever will I do? Free drugs. Not much on these rocks. Prospector and a scavenger. Another debris field. A surprising amount of stuff in it. Good job. Little bit of metal, some organics, and some ruins. It says class 5. I don't think it's quite class 5 material. Wins by technicality. Some more ruins. Alpha core. Got 26 of them now. Salvage fleet. That went red for a second there. Are you sure about that? Apparently they are. Not sure why you did this to yourself, but I'm not gonna feel guilty about it. Send in the clown crew, the champions, and the monitor. Now, they should have this in the bag. But it wouldn't be the first time I'm wrong. But let's see if I'm wrong before I send in more. Worst case scenario, I lose a couple of champions. I always complain about those damn things anyway. This Dominator's definitely the most potent thing they have access to. Being slow as it is, though, it's just a matter of time until it gets isolated and surrounded. Don't really have to worry about it. Yeah, that guy did not stand a chance. Stat Eagle's pretty much the only thing they have left. And for whatever reason, he doesn't have the good sense to just run the fuck away. Still not sure why they send in all their civilian ships to just sit in the back. Something to do with the deployment points, I'm guessing. Hell if I know exactly why. But it works out for me. Alright, nothing else here. There's Ophir over there. Already scanned that gate. There's one over here. Another over there. Over the one right by Lang. Very conveniently placed slipstream. Who's this over here? A mercenary. They don't care about me, I don't care about them. Oh hey. Forgot there was one of those here. Whole ass Ordo. Give it a quick save. Let's give it a shot. Alright. Main thing I gotta worry about is gonna be the Radiant. Everything else shouldn't be too much of a problem. Shouldn't be. Doesn't mean won't be. We'll see how it goes. There it is. On a direct intercept. Send in another Anubis. Just in case. out some of its entourage if it's not willing to engage me. Radiance? Going over there. Not sure why. Trying to get towards the Aurora or the Anubis. Whatever it is, want to stick on them. It's after the Aurora. Oh, he's focused on me, I think. Not good for him. Now he's got an Aurora right up his ass. They keep locking him down. He's got a bunch of allies nearby, but nothing significant. Take you out. Apex is in the way. EMP it. Radiant's gonna get time to vent the flux, but as long as I get the Apex out of the way, it'll be worth it. Aurora's getting lit up. vent. Go all in on the radiant. It's completely isolated. Doesn't have a chance. Certainly not letting this go easy. Alright. What do we have left? There's an apex over there. Scintilla. I think it's just those two. And that's that. No casualties. Always a good fight when there's no casualties. You know, ignoring all the people who died in the meanwhile. As long as no ships go down, it's all good. Sort of. I'll leave the remnant nexus up, just to have a place to keep fighting these guys. Just the four of us. That's all we need. Should just be a couple of brilliant and the radiant. No novas, no scintillas. shield max out. Send some more EMP orbs at him. And the damage orbs too. Trying to run away, are ya? Not on my watch. Just that one guy left. And now he's gone. So, good goddamn. Automod just caught a message with 9 banned terms. How the hell did it get so many terms in one message? Goddamn, that's a lot of them. Eh, whatever. Don't spam smarter, spam harder. Anyway, scan the gate. Command display shows a representation of the hyperspace manifold. It is calm and cool. Scan begins. Line of disruption flaring between your flagship and the gate. Spirals and ripples, spill and surge, a non-Newtonian burst from a point at the center of the gate. No, not a point. A circle, a sphere, a torus, and an inverted funnel. Then some geometry that does not parse. You hear the faint music. Captain, your sensor officer reports. The scan is complete. Right then. 3 down, 3 more to go. One right over here. Oh hey, it's Scholarly Frog, coming in with a raid. What's you been up to? Alright, let's take out some more Ordo. Well, not me. Rest of the fleet will, however. Send in all the Anubis, the Aurora, and the Furies. And one of the champions. Playing some Arc Raiders. Progressing some quest. You know, I have been thinking of maybe potentially picking up that game. Then again, that is a bunch of money I'd have to spend. And then, again, it'd be a game I could potentially play with some streamer friends. Such a difficult decision to make. Ooh, this one's got tachyon beams and plasmas. I've tempted to send myself in there. Which I think I will. Transfer command. Alright. This thing's got plasma cannon, the thunderhead, bunch of PD, and some interceptor fighters. Definitely gonna want to stick to that radiant. Down. Where the hell did the radiant go? He backed up. No, they don't typically run away. Usually they're the first one in. Maybe this one knows something. Going down on metal pipe. Take out this brilliant. Run right the fuck over there. Damn it. They got him. Well, no one to blame but myself. I knew I had to stick on top of him, and instead, Went for the targets of opportunity. So goddamn, that's a lot of damage. Got another Anubis. What the fuck? Not supposed to happen. Alright, everyone else is cleaning up what they have left. So that means we are busy with keeping him busy until the rest of the fleet shows up. Position behind him. Make it harder for him to run. Is just sliding right into his face. I can do that too. Looking like we're not gonna need backup. Easy peasy. If you ignore the 2 losses. Another Ordo incoming. Yeah, it's I was kind of expecting him to play a little bit more conservative than he did. He just kind of went for it. As it turns out, it was not a good idea. Anyway, Ordo number 2. See how this one goes. Send in stick mint serial number whatever it is. Not much other points left over. Maybe instead of sending in the mint, send in all of those guys. I'm pretty sure I cannot take control of this one. Yeah, no. Can't transfer command. But I can take over the stick, however. Alright. Vast majority of our forces are directly ahead. I do have a couple of scintillas, or no wait, that's a apex. That's a scintilla. 2 brilliants, a bunch of fulgents. Or is it fulgent? Whatever it is, not terribly worried about those guys. It's mostly just the apex. Well, no, not the apex. The radiant. And then the apex. Hammering away at the shield. Gotta do is back up the old slot. Should be good. Although it's looking kinda bad. That's a good question. According to this thing, I've got 40% of the battle size. Which means they do have a bigger fleet than I do at the moment. Let's just notice, I lost a ship just there. Do not have any points to send in reinforcements. We'll be fine. As long as I don't lose serial number 2F38CB017. We should be good. Which right now he's going for a ramming maneuver. My engines are out. Now they're back. Don't think that pilot's in his right mind. If you're talking about this guy, because the pilot's an AI core, he feels no fear. It's not part of his programming, you see. And the Apex has fucked off all the way over there. I do have some extra points. Send in a Void Rover. Yeah. One big advantage of this ship here, being an AI core ship, he likes to get into brawling range, which normally would mean a lot of crew casualties, but he doesn't have to worry about that part. The only crew is the AI core. Alright, Radiant's over there. Currently taking out this Apex. Got a couple of Brilliants around him. Stay right here. Grab this point. Damn, that's a lot of damage. If I back off now, he's gonna tear apart that champion. We gotta commit. Flux drain, smash right into him. He got it. And now I'm tumbling it over end. Engines are still down. Engines online. Gonna get you. Damn. There I go. Engines online. Get back in there. It looks like the fight's basically over. Just a couple of stragglers left. Starting to think I should bring the Doom back. Any fights where the Ziggurat is either overkill or still being repaired, I could just bring the Doom in. Probably be more effective than hijacking one of the Odysseys. And that's that. Dump the metal. Don't need it. Alright, speaking to dumping things, I've gotta go have another piss. Be right back. And I'm back. Right. No other remnants nearby. Let's go on to the next gate. Scan the gate. Command display shows a representation of the hyperspace manifold. And it's the same thing as last time. Little bit of music. And the scan's complete. Next nearest gate is over at Svarga. And after that, the one over at Sawel. I did want to go over to Ophir, so didn't check it out the first time around. Who knows? There might be some Omega over there. Could definitely use some more Omega weapons. Give it a quick save, just in case. There's some remnant right there. Something right up over there. What could it be? Scarab class heavy frigate. And another signal. Wayfarer class combat freighter. 12 crew. Welcome aboard. Ordo's looking for me. He's not gonna find me. This other Ordo, however, I'm gonna introduce myself. Send in all the small stuff. Well, maybe not all of it. I want to take part in the flagship. Ship where to keep all the flags. They've got that under control. I'll go over towards the bigger mass of enemies. knowing a little ship covered in tack lasers, and one graviton. Be gone. Bunch of bullshit going on right over there. Just help out with that. We got most of them. Couple of scintillas. That's about it. There's the one Glimmer class drone ship over there. And there he goes. Any second. There we go. An orbital habitat. With a small handful of drones protecting it. Let's see how they handle this. Don't seem to have terribly much point defense, judging by how they're getting picked apart. Easy peasy. got a bunch of organs. Arcade, irradiated world. Just a bunch of metal, well, not terribly much metal, and irradiation. Wrong button. Again. Some stuff over there. Some stuff up over there. Another ordo. Orbital habitat. Please have good stuff. Food. Drugs. Let's take out this fragment. Send in oven mitt. And a bunch of the Anubis. Should be enough. Be very surprised if it isn't. I'm slowly lasering down all these guys. He's got the shield for it, so why wouldn't he? It's doing it perfect. Probably should have skipped the Anubis. Just sent into Aurora. Bunch of other remnants up over here. Base is probably over here. Probably. Decent sized ordos. Take them out one at a time. Do have the advantage on battle size, so this should go smooth. And again, I said that last time, and I ended up losing 2 ships. It'll be fine. Have a nice big sip for good luck. Sucks to be that guy. And yet, he gets to live. For now. Most of them are right here in the middle. That guy's getting absolutely pounded. We're in position for a sweep. It's retreating. Which is fine with me. Got rid of the straggler over there. They're approaching. They're gonna pincer the guys over there. The Apex is the strongest thing they have on the field right now. Have to keep putting pressure on it. Well, technically I don't have to. Just have to keep it occupied. Good, take out its escort. not a good move. Being sure it recovers pretty quick from an overload. Judging by the fact that I hit him with 3 overloads in a row. Just one over there, one over here. Let the autopilot take care of it. Sit here, sip my drink. The theater went over there. That's the last guy left. Easy peasy. Still find it kind of weird that you get money from taking out dudes who almost certainly don't need money. And there's the other order right over there. Oh hey, a mining station. And also my colony grew to size 6. What do I want for the last industry slot? Mining, maybe? Got commerce, farming, light industry. Does the cryo revival facility count? Not sure. Probably not. Don't want to put heavy industry because it's a habitable planet. It'll make it polluted if I stick that there. Refining is better on a different type of planet. Fuel production, ditto. I guess leaves mining as the default. Although, I could have upgraded the patrol HQ into a military base. But it's a cold planet. Military bases are much better on warm or extremely hot planets. An abandoned mining station, once a source of wealth and industry to feed the worlds and works of humanity. A cursory scan indicates that it has been cold and dead for tens of cycles at the very least, possibly hundreds. Closer inspection may yield salvage. Let's have a look. That's a lot of war. Alright, now we take out that remnant. Send in the big stuff. And the monitor, because why not? There's a lumen approaching. Nearly smashed right into that Odyssey. Nearly is not quite. Alright, now I've got 45 points. I should get myself a second monitor. Just like IRL. Alright, where the fuck is the Radiant? There it is. About to go down on metal pipe. Not sure what it is about metal pipe, but people really want to kill the shit out of that one. took a chunk out of metal pipe. Now I am here. Also, I've got enough deployment points to send in yet another Anubis. Is not looking great. Just disable all my frontal weapons, which just so happens to be the only weapons I have. How rude. There goes all his weapons. And I take him out before the apex gets annoying. Overloaded. There he goes. Alright, now it's cleanup. Starting with the guys down here. Everyone's playing the EMP game. goes the engines. Or at least, most of the engines can still sort of turn. There we go. Is there anything left? Those guys are getting sandwiched hard. Rising Hyperbolic and Free Enterprise are right over there, waiting to get the shit fucking smacked out of them. And I will oblige. You first. Kaboom. And there it is. Victory. Ready to battle, get rid of the food. Already got a planet that makes food for me. Don't need the extra. One planet over here I have yet to check out. It's right next to the Nexus, however. Damn, that one's got 2 radiants. You know what? I'm quite curious if I can take on a remnant Ordo of that size. Give it a quick save. Try to lure it away from its base. Won't be able to use the cigarette for this one. Let's see how it goes. Send in the small stuff. Capture comm relays, then I'm going to send in the Odysseys. And if that's not enough, then I'm going to send in the Ziggurat and the Onslaught. Maybe not necessarily in that order. Alright, take out the small stuff. Those shits are gonna be annoying. 32 points. Could send in a champion, but it's not that kind of fight. One of the Furies got blown the fuck up. Anubis is getting trashed. Send in the Odysseys. Radiants are splitting up, which is good. Looking good for the Aurora. Looking really not good, in fact. Shit. Hold off on the reinforcements for now. Don't need the comm relays. It's not looking great. Those radiants are definitely more than a match for each individual Odyssey. And they look like they're getting isolated into two separate 1v1s. So they theoretically have the mobility to make it work. Just kind of depends on how the Radiants decide to use their face skimmers. Oh shit. That one got blown the fuck up. It's not looking good. Send in serial number. Definitely starting to think the Furies are just kind of a waste of deployment points. Although I also get the feeling I said that last time, and I have done nothing to correct that. That being said, seems to be working half decently in this scenario. Knowing the fact that the Odyssey just got swat out of the sky. Space, sky. Same thing. I almost don't want to send it to champions. You're not fast enough to keep up with the remnants. The most they're gonna serve as is as a meat shield. I don't really need right now. Fury's down. Monitor's nearly down too. Missed it. Anubis got taken out. I'm not entirely sure the Onslaught has enough hull left over to take out the other Radiant. Probably not. But hey, maybe it does. If it can pull it off, I'll stick to this save. If it can't, I will load the save. Damn, that was quick. And now I'm gonna do as I said. Alright. So I'm gonna take this guy on. Gonna need the flagship. Second order. No radiant. But that is a lot of small stuff. That being said, definitely a lot more confident with the small ships than with the big ships, even if they outnumber me. Just above 50% by now. A little bit more. Alright, take it on. So the most dangerous thing to have in this fleet is 2 Novas. Everything else should be easy. Should be. Here's the 2 Novas. In the same spot. His engines are gone. He's a sitting duck. Damn it, it took down one of my Anubis. Unacceptable. Send in stick. This might be a bad position. Novas are down. Now the rest of you annoying fuckers. especially you. God damn, you are annoying. And there goes the engines. God damn it. The engines are back. Your motherfucking life ends 30 seconds from now. He's gone. Now you. Finished the chicken fried rice that Froglin made. Time to start getting into EP time. Understandable. You have a good one, Frog. Need to stop absorbing tachyon lenses to my face. Engines are gone. But at least I can tell the orbs to go fuck them up. Monitor down. Alright. Seem to be getting worse and worse at piloting this damn thing. Makes me wonder if I should not even bother. Also, I swear I had more than 3 ships deployed. Guess the rest of them failed me. Just a bunch of scintillas left. Definitely thinking revamp the Anubis. The ones that died anyway. The Mixcoatl, the Sigmund, and the Kyleech. Especially the Sigmund. There's that Ordo from earlier. Then the backup one. Don't really have a reason to stick around this place though. Where's the nearest gate? This one. Gonna go over there. Swoosh right on by. There's a thingamajig over there. What could it be? A supply cage. Yep, that supply is alright. Scan the gate. Or no, wait. Let me read this first. Silent ring of adamantine material. Derelict of a former age. There's a chime. Wait, your sensor officer says. There's a hypercom pulse. Source near the gate. Some kind of microsat. Your bridge crew quickly identifies a bogey hidden on the opposite side of the gate and center it in the primary display. Before you can give a follow-up order, there's a small flash of light, leaving only a rapidly expanding cloud of debris. Your comms officer reports. That was a coded pulse. Very short. Probably a tactical scan of this fleet. Then, it self-destructed. Whoever left that microsat knows exactly who we are. Well, not much to do about that now. Scan the gate. 5 out of 6. If I had to guess, Tritachyon. Although, it could also be the hegemony. They do have a vested interest in anyone who wants to do anything at all about the gates. And if it was the church or the Pathers, it would probably just be like an ambush fleet instead. Either way, just a guess. I have to get to the other side of the slipstream. Lots of distress calls recently. Not like I'm gonna go pay attention to him or anything, but there are a lot of distress calls recently. The derelict apogee. What's it doing over here? Don't seem to be signs of hasty cuts to cargo bay doors, as pirates and sometimes pathers are wont to make. Might mean something, might mean nothing. Salvage team finds the hull in relatively good condition for a derelict. The salvers reports trickle in. A makeshift instrument package has been added to one of the apogee's sensor bulbs. It has certain features that resemble the gate scanner provided to you by Cooters, though this one is damaged beyond repair. A cursory sweep of weapon and shields indicates that whatever attack crippled this ship, it must have come as a surprise. The weapons are unfired, and the shield capacitors lack any trace of recent flux buildup. Your ops chief scowls. Bark me. It's treachery when you see it like this. Couldn't tell you who did it. Sensors logs are scrubbed down to the crystal. Registry says the ship was hired out of Madeira, crew of mixed civvy spacers. And then the gate. Scan it. Same as the other times. Regular scan, a little bit of music. Mining industry is set up. Don't think I have any items that could upgrade it. Doesn't have any transplutonics, but it is habitable. So I can't install the whatever it is. The autonomous mantle bore. Or wait, am I thinking of soilanite? No transpotonic ore deposits, no volatile deposits. Installed in farming. Oh no wait, I already have that installed. I can't stick the mantle bore on there because it's a habitable planet. Do that. It is illegal, according to the item. Alright, stick my extra weapons on here. Set for the fighter craft. That shit is surprisingly light. Sell the survey data. Metal, transpotonic, organics. Domestic good. Hold on to the transpotonics. Sell most of the machinery. Get rid of the heavy armaments. And the drugs. And organs. So very generous. Grab some more crew. There we go. Take a shuttle down to the main concourse. Quickly find a likely looking establishment. As you enter the bar, you're buffeted by the human white noise of conversation and revelry. Add hollows buzz softly from ceiling mounted units, shining garish highlights through glasses and bottles, as spacer crews mingle with merchants and locals, trading drinks for rumors, jobs, and opportunities. As soon as you step into the light, faces turn towards you, and a particularly burly patron stands and stares directly at you. You're still mid-threat assessment when the cheers break out. "Captain Max Friday," someone shouts, then spills half of a mug of something as their companions raise their arms. It appears as though you have some admirers. Graciously calm them down. Smiling, you try to calm this table. Unfortunately, this just feeds their enthusiasm. Crews sitting at more tables turn to look. Patrons whisper to one another and pointing, and others raising their voices to call out. Gonna be very difficult to find any context here with all this attention. Might as well join them for a round. You join the crew at the table to their uproarious delight, patrons shoving over to make room. Keep it humble and low-key. You quietly inquire what the group is drinking to. setting off laughter and good cheer. You're handed a drink, and as you sip, hear several versions of your latest exploits, each more unlikely than the last. You do your best to correct the worst exaggerations, but the consensus has clearly formed that you're playing it down. With the round complete, you make your apologies to much good-natured booing, and tactfully make for a dark corner to recover your thoughts and take in the bar. The bartender, with a nod, ensures you have a tall glass of cold water at hand. Refreshed and having quieted things down, you have a chance at last to look around. Some more Marines to hire. I owe no credit. What a name. Wants 330 organics. Line. Alright, so I did want to have another planet here. Something to set up industry on. I also said I wanted to get my Doom back. Stick it right there. Alright. Which of these planets was it that I was planning on making use of? Where's the button to show only stuff in system? There used to be one somewhere. Yeah, whatever. Just judging off a distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's only one of them with extreme heat. Doesn't have any atmosphere. It's got abundant rare ores and moderate regular ores. Gonna colonize that one. Let me just make sure I've got enough people with me. I think it's 1,000 that I need. Do I want to give it a name? Its current name is Tuba. Smack the generate name button a few times. Tuela, Pinion, Kobola, Arwal, Godfrey, Baba Zimua, Alexiar, Rick, Lilix, Hill, Valian, Yamatiron. This. Omon. Sensen Huitsno. The orbs. Cirrus. Vitae. Daryl. Gedivildi. Yesh. Ova, Rivara, Dur, Wello, Sendone, Menglawal, Ing, Aglaugaun, Ilman, Rid, Ulgoy, Bird Bog, Referus, Sivasuki, Illicit, Ilque, Paloma, Znumu, Komara Nona, We, Balav, Raver, Banapa, Liligol, Ada, Boran, Dafude, Ona, Wa Natuin, Yang, Agruni, Uriof, Celerobia, Evrisul, Zillion, Persimmons, Elway, Bird Bogaton, Hab, Adel. Know what? I'm gonna go with Hab. Take a hazard pay on there. What do I want for the first facility? Well, first one by default, spaceport. After that, kinda want a cryo revival facility eventually, even if not right away. Mining wouldn't be terrible, but I probably want refining more than mining. And then after that, heavy industry. Let me look at my inventory again. Plenty of catalytic cores. Alright, gonna make refining first, followed by ground defenses, and I'm gonna upgrade the ground defenses into a military base. And what's that over there? Melodic path. Get the fuck back over here. It's been a while since I've gone to Doom. It's nice to be back. Damn. Just took that punch to the face for no reason. Really wants to be behind me. Not letting it happen. Or I guess I am. To his detriment. Damn. I was not prepared for this shit. Well, the armor's gone, but the rest of the ship is fine. Stare at him. And then obliterate him. Not much left now. Fight over. Stick a fullerene spool in there. Right. Just have to wait for that to grow a little bit. managed to push back the colony crisis quite a bit. Didn't intend to, but I sure did. Well, anyway, I think I'm gonna leave it right there for right now. Alright. Let me just check to see my list of cool and sexy people. See if there's anyone I want to raid. Ah, there is one. Right over here. Let me just type this in. There we go. Okay. Going to send a raid over to Holden. He's playing Arc Raiders. And despite how much I've heard about that game, I still barely know it. So I'll see how he's doing. But anyways, it's going to be it for the stream right now. I will keep trying to keep the tempo up more than usual. No promises, but I will try. Anyway, hopefully you like the stream. See ya.